exclamation point build. They'll have the build command, but this is... So, I don't know if you guys remember Daring Run, but they had the, what is it called? The DR, right? Was it DR70 or DR... I'm kind of blinking. Let me see. It was called the DR70F. Yeah, so with the DR70F, it was something that you could flip, and it's the same thing for this one. This is going to be a 60% with a numpad, and you can actually flip it, and there's different layouts. I don't know what color I got, but yeah, so this is Daring Run's 60% that you can flip. And it's called Flip 6P. And it looks like you can make it either HHKP or WinKey layout as well. But yeah, okay. Oh, I guess it tells me I have the black. I was like, I don't know what color I got, but it looks like Hesa. So, I got the black colorway. So if you look at the keycap, you can see it says, let's see, they have all kinds of things. So it looks like the blockers are removable. Detachable badge. Neat. Okay, so Flip 6P, Daring Run, they had the DR70F, thank you, kept them all. Boop, boop. Okay, but this is the case. Yeah, this is the carrying case. Looks like I got the black unit. In terms of colors, it looks like there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colors. You have Anno Black, which is the one I got, E Retro White, Anno Burgundy, Anno Dark Gold, Anno Purple, Spray Coated Black, and Spray Coated Orange. Ooh. Whoa. You can either get the orange one for GMK Carbon. Nice. Whoa. So PCB, you have wired hot swap or tri-mode hot swap. So I have the tri-mode. But yeah, so you can flip this, and then with the removable badges, you can either make it HHKB or when keyless if you would like. So, hi Pupper. Yeah, I have the DR70 as well. Or I gave it away, I should say. Let me see. I bought my cats a new, like, scratching thing, and they are going ham. What is this? Connectors. Extra screws. Okay, so these are just, like, extra parts for me. Yeah, so I put 2 stuffy animals on my chair so they can't jump on my chair and scratch it every night. This is it looks like someone's sitting in my chair. Okay, so here is the case. Right here for now. Let's see. These are like all my extra stuff. Bring it out. And then I have all these. What is this? These look like the 1.5U blocks. Okay. Okay. Well, let's just look at let's look at the case first. So here you have the Flip 6P keyboard. So this is the Anno Black unit, but this is a 60% with a numpad, and you can actually flip this, so it's reversible. So you can have this flip on this side. So here is the front. Inside you can see the internal weight. You can also see the magnetic connector. Looks like it does still use some form of ribbon, but I'd have to take it out and see. But this looks like the battery cover in case you do decide to do the tri-mode. Here's the side. So you saw this on the DR, or their first board, but you do have this nice accent piece in the middle of the seam. So this one is like looks like a brass, but yeah, it does have this nice accent seam right here. And then here's the back. So, oh my god, the fingerprints have begun. So you have this little small weight that also acts as the USB port. You have the little branding right here. What does that say? Dr. Works Design. So right there. You have the 4 adhesive feet. But yeah, you got this small weight right here. Here's a USB port. So you can see the back weight translates into the USB port. And then here is the front lip. Cool. I forgot to mention, but on the back you can see the screws. There's going to be 4 on top and 4 on bottom. So you do have to unscrew it in order to take it apart. Let's go ahead and do that and look at the internals. I've been trying to get used to life with nails. And it's been a little... It's definitely a learning curve. WoW sales? Okay, so the last boss, Fyrak, on Mythic, when you kill it, it drops 2 mounts. Guaranteed. And so now that everyone has the mounts, we're selling carries for in-game gold. The people who want the mount but don't have like a guild that does Mythic Fyrak. And so sales are normally like carry runs that people can pay for, and they get the mounts guaranteed. Well, it depends. Usually that's how it works, but that's what we're doing. We did a mount sale, so we sold 2 spots. I think we got like around 8 million-ish gold. And that's to prepare for the upcoming expansion. Yeah, the guild gets the gold. It's because we pay for everything. So when the new expansion comes out, mats are really expensive for like potions, enchantments, gems. And so having the gold just helps out the guild so we can buy things immediately. And our raiders don't have to like farm for gold, etc. Okay. So first things first is that there is no anchor point. There's no anchor points on the top case or the mid piece to kind of help you align. You just kind of have to like do it yourself. Here you can see, so you have the 2 pogo pin connectors right there. Right here, the top case. So these are for the mounting points. Let me see. I forgot to mention, but uses PCB gasket mount or sandwich mount. PCB gasket sandwich mount. Yeah. So here you can see those are probably for the gaskets right there. Here is your mid piece, right? here, so I know earlier I think Kiru said force break with the seam. So this one they've actually installed little gaskets right here. You see how it like points up. So I guess there is like some kind of alignment. Yeah, so if you look at these on the bottom case, and then this with the mid piece, that's kind of what helps align that. And then I guess this one, it does have alignments because it does poke out, but it's like very subtle, right? It's almost like, no, it's non-existent. Yeah. So they have like the little anchors that kind of act as an alignment, but as you can see, it's like still loose. It will kind of stay in place for the most part, but I don't know if you can see this, but you see this like tiny little thing that's like poking out right here, right? That would align with this part right here, but I mean, as you can see, it's not nearly big enough. So you have this like little silicone hook in the middle of this trying to align it. So while it still technically like stays in place, it's going to be very loose, right? So theoretically it does kind of have alignment tabs, but I would say not really. Okay, so here you can see the bottom case. So here's the internal weight. Here's the magnetic connector again, and it looks like it does go to some kind of ribbon. But we can take this off and see. Now that I have long nails, I've just been doing like to everything. You know, like the ASMR where they like they unbox and they tap. That's me now. That's my life now. So let's take off this battery cover. You guys, I'm gonna bring vlogs back, okay? So I was gonna buy a DJ Osmos vlogging camera, but I knew that my sister's husband Jimin had one, so I wanted to ask him how he liked it. And apparently they don't use it at all. And they said I could just like use it. So I'm gonna borrow it from them. He doesn't, but I think he wanted to, and then he's just like, fuck it. um, so I'm gonna borrow their little camera, and they have the creator bundle too, which is the one I was looking at. Um, so I'm gonna grab that from her tomorrow, and then I'm gonna vlog. The bundle comes with like a mic and an extra battery pack, if I remember correctly. Okay, so here, this is just like an internal cover, but here you see the battery packs. So it looks like you don't need to do anything here necessarily, but all the daughter boards are actually found in this channel with the bottom weight. So I don't think you need to, but it looks like the weight is held to the bottom by 4 screws right here, and then the battery wires are connected through this big daughter board, and it's actually connected through a ribbon cable to the main, right? So the main USB is connected to the 2 batteries, and then there's a separate daughter board with the pogo pin connector, and I'm guessing this is for the main keyboard, right? So looks like that's what we're working with. So it's just like a thin cover. I don't think you can actually pick the cover that goes inside. So, hey Curdle, you gonna pick me up from Australia? The airport? Um, it's at night. I land at night, so I think you'll be off work. Oh, it's in the morning? Oh. Is my sister a food blogger? Yeah, she is. Oh, I leave LA at night, and then I get there at the morning. Sorry. Yeah. You guys have probably seen my sister if you live in Austin. It's a 21-hour flight. Oh, really? Yeah. My sister's Austin Food Adventures, but she's a faceless account. What? What? What are you going to Singapore for? It's okay, Cordell. Oh, I see, I see. Nope, already changing. Oh. Okay, so it looks like with this one, I think she posted some of your keyboard ones. Yeah, I gave her a keyboard and I think she got really excited and posted on her story. So this one, you can flip it. So I'm guessing it's for... Well, let me see. I'd have to look. I'm guessing you would flip this based off of what layout you decide to do. Like, for example, if you decide to do, like, HHKB or win keyless. I'm just guessing. I could be wrong. It could just be this way, but let me double check. I'm deconstructing this with you guys. I guess it might just be like this. Oh no, you have to flip it. Yeah, so you have to flip it. And the reason why you do that is because here you see these are the connectors for the numpad, right? So if you do southpaw, you need some kind of channel for it. Yeah. So if you do this, because if you look... Well, actually, that doesn't make sense either. How would this work? Give me 1 second. We're learning. Yeah, we're learning together. So it was like this, right? I just need to push this back into place. Push this back into place. Okay, so I guess it depends. So if you do PCB gasket mount, it is a separate middle frame split plate, but when you use sandwich mount, the whole mount plate is both the middle frame and the plate. So basically, if you want to do sandwich mount, you have to buy an extra sandwich mount plate. Okay, so does this actually flip then? I guess we shall see. Because if you want to do southpaw, this doesn't have anything to flip onto. Interesting. Well, we'll just figure it out. So here you have this. Let's look at the PCB and we learn. Yeah, you have to buy separate. So this one is a separate for the southpaw, right? So you would need another plate if you want to do sandwich mount. Okay, but here is the split, in case you decide to split it. So I have this one. This is the PC plate. It comes with like the foam kit. Here I have a tri-mode PCB. So the PCB looks split. It is split. And then here I have the FR4 plate. Oh, okay, so they gave me the sandwich plate. Okay, so they did give me that. Yeah, what's up, Tony? Okay, so I'm going to build with FR4. Or, I mean, I guess if we have time, I'll do all three, but we'll see. We'll see. Alright, so just to clarify, right, if you want to do sandwich mount, it will be a full plate that you have to pick left or right hand side. But if you do PCB mount, it uses 2 plates and then you can flip it accordingly. Does that make sense? I vaguely remember this being the same thing for the Daring Run 70, so it makes sense. Let's look at the PCB. City Pop. City Pop. I'll have City Pop. Here you go. Carl Pop. No. Okay, so here's what the PCB looks like. This is a try mode, no flux cuts. So it's interesting because here you can see the pogo pins and they're on like a separate tab. So I think with this one, you do definitely have to like be careful because it looks like it could break off, right? Here you can see the PCB gasket tabs. So you have the 3 on the top and then you have the 4 on the bottom. And then for these, they've actually added indicators on these keys, right? So this would be what? The control keys. So I'll show you. See, there's actually lights right here for the control, right? So here is for the top case pogo connectors, and then here you can see the bottom one, right? In terms of, so it only comes in hot swap, but you can do step to regular caps. You can split the left shift. You can split the right shift. Looks like you can do split backspace as well, and then looks like it has ISO support. Why did I make you play the I didn't make you play it. But this PCB is a one PCB fits all, so it only comes in hot swap, and you have a choice of wired or tri mode. I didn't make you do anything. I just merely suggested it. I think Avo just ignored the dialogue for the most part. Did you refund the game? She gifted me on Steam, guys. I didn't. I don't even have you on Steam. I'll play it, Vin. Don't worry, I'll play it. Okay. Oh. So I got 2 PCBs. Oh, okay. So for the numpad, you get 2 PCBs depending on which one you want to do. So if you want to do like a southpaw, or if you want to do a normal paw, you have that option. Instead of putting it all on one PCB, they've actually separated it. And then with the connectors of the PCB being up top, you can actually pick, right? So for example, if you want to have the PCB on the right hand side, but you want it to be southpaw, you could do that. Or if you wanted your numpad to be southpaw on this this side, but you want it to be a regular layout, you could do that. So that's kind of cool. And then looks like after looking at the PCB, you don't flip this piece at all. This piece does not flip at all because you need it for the numpad. So this is kind of how it would work, right? You could do it here. So it needs that cutout, and then you could do it like right here. So out of the 4 like grooves, only 3 are going to be utilized, 2 by the main PCB and 1 by the numpad. So it wouldn't make sense to flip this because then it wouldn't have the cutouts. So if you wanted to do southpaw, you could do this and then do this. So that's what we have learned. Yeah. Okay, so here's how it works. So you see how it's right here? This is up here. If you decide to flip it, you also need to move this down here. So that's how they've done that. Okay. So whenever I first opened it, I thought maybe you had to flip this because this, right? So it would connect like that. And then when you flipped it, right? So these are now down here. So that's why I thought you had to flip this mid piece. But actually what you do is if you decide to flip it, you would have to unscrew these 2 and move it up here. So in terms of flipping it, it is relatively easy because it just uses pogo pin. But you have to, if you want to flip it, you have to take the case apart and then you would have to remove these 2 screws and put it down here, right? Because there's nothing for it to connect right here. But once you flip this on this side, then you can do it. But here it's fine, right? So if you decide to get this, the mid piece, you don't need to move it at all. It's the top piece that you will have to unscrew the connector parts. All right? Neat. Hope you guys are listening to my explanation because I'm not going to say it again. I'm just kidding. Okay. So, like I said earlier, if you decide to do the sandwich mount, you have to buy a separate plate because it is one piece. So this one, you would have to buy a left or right hand, right? Wait, do you actually need me to, or are you joking? Well, you guys actually need me to re-explain it? Okay. So this is for the sandwich mount, but if you decide to do the PCB gasket, you have separate plates, right? As you can see here. So we can look at the plates. Yeah, this will be on the test. So you guys better be paying attention, okay? Okay, so here I have the FR4 plate. Pretty standard. No flex cuts. Easy peasy. And then it looks like the same thing for the numpad. If you're deciding to use a PCB gasket though, the numpad should just be reversible. So you can just like, oop, flip it. Oop, flip it. As for the sandwich mount plate, this one also looks like it has no flex cuts. You got this nice branding right here, Flip 6P. But yeah. So it does have the cutouts for the pogo connector, pogo pins. And then the numpad is set, unfortunately, right? Yeah, unfortunately. Okay. So how many do we need? Forbiddens become a photographer. Tech keyboards. Although, keyboards and photography do go hand in hand. Just saying. Those photos are so aesthetic. True. So yours, Robin. So one neat thing about this board is that it has removable blockers so that you can pick between making it Win keyless or HHKB. Oh. Okay, I try to open this without tearing anything, but this is so freaking sticky. Oh my gosh, okay, I'm cutting it. This is the dongle. This is the 1.5U blank. Hi, Savior. What up? Wait, did they only give me one? Wait, what am I supposed to do with one? They didn't give me two? Wait, surely they gave me two, right? Okay, so essentially what you can do is you can add these badges to make it Win keyless or HHKB. But it looks like they only gave me one. So we could do a cursed layout if you guys are feeling spicy. Or I mean, I guess you could do like a half HHKB if you really wanted to. So in terms of the accessories, you will have one U blank badge. So you'll have a pair, right? So you can put it right here. So it'll be pairs. And then you can buy the 1.5U badge, but there are three kinds of badges. There's the pattern badge, there's the blank badge, and there's a caps-like badge. So if you decide to do HHKB, right? If this has the caps light badge, it would be right here, right? And then you see on the PCB where it has this light, that's where your caps lock indicator would be. It's kind of neat that they made the badge into a caps lock indicator, right? So imagine that there's like a light strip right here, right? Because there's no key. So this is where your indicator would be. And I'll show you guys a picture so you kind of get an idea of what I'm saying. But here, see, this would be the badge for the HHKB. But you can also get like the pattern, the blank, which is what I have, or caps lock. Caps light, right there. And then this is what I mean by like a pair. So if you decide to do win keyless, you can buy a pair of these badges. But it looks like for the 1.5U badge, you'd have to buy two. So it doesn't come as a pair. So don't be like me and only get one badge, because then you'll have like HH or a KB. Yeah, you'll have a half HHKB. So 1U blanks come in a pair. The 1.5U badge doesn't come in a pair. But let me go check the box just to make sure I didn't like miss it. Oh, here. Alright, we're saved. I just fall on the floor. Okay, so this looks like the diffuser or foam if you want to add it. So here's what the caps light badge would look like. So here it has the diffuser, right? And then it does come with foam pieces, so you can add it on here as well. So here it should be like removable. Boop. Then you just put it back on. Boop. And then here are the foam pieces. So I'm gonna build it with the HHKB blockers, but here, right, you can see on the top case, these are the screw points for all the blockers, right? Not this, this is for the numpad. Or I mean, I guess right here too, right? So for example, if I want to do HHKB, I would take this, right? And then I would screw it on right there. So then it would look like that. It takes 2 screws to secure it on, but yeah, removable badge. Yeah, 2 screws. So it would go in like right here, as you can see. Like that. Order 2. You getting one of these, Geo? Okay, so we'll put this here. Oh, I see. I see. Okay, let me take a picture. You know, I haven't either. Oku, nice. We love Ryan. Where's Ryan been? Getting married, having a kid, moving, keyboards. Holy. Teha tagged me. Guys, Ginkgo Deskmats go live soon. Ryan's having a kid? Yeah. Supposedly. I mean, that's what someone told me. Am I wrong? Can someone confirm for me? Just so I'm not, like, making an idiot out of myself? Okay, cool. I didn't know if Geo was confirming because I had said it, so I had to make sure. Oh my god, you see this nice foggy? Looks nice and foggy? That's because my camera is freaking oil fingerprints. I gotta redo it. Oh my god. I need to save money and buy a new iPhone. This iPhone's actually been pretty good. iPhone 12. I got it for free. Thanks, Knox. This is what? Flip. Six P. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to do my Instagram update. I'm sorry, Instagram. Oh yeah, Joe dropped out. Do you guys know I need a visa to go visit Australia? Yeah. You need a visa. Yeah. It takes like 5 minutes, but you know. Guys, I applied to be a Corsair ambassador. Wish me luck. This one takes forever. Wouldn't you just have to marry someone? Would that be faster? Or does it not work like that anymore? I was not Canadian. Oh, really? So if Connor wanted to move to Canada, technically could. He says Canadian people are oddly nice and polite. And he doesn't know how to explain it. He says they have like a different demeanor. Than like, yeah, he's telling me about it. It's like, what do you mean? He's like, I don't know how to explain it, but like, okay. Alright. Okay. Alright, now we do stabilizers. So what do I need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hiya. I need a lot. Goodbye. I've been to Calgary and Banff. You know, I don't know why everyone tells me French Canadians are like one of the most unpleasant people. Is this true? I see. Well, I guess maybe it's like a WoW bias. Because every time there's like a French Canadian, everyone's like, ugh. What's this, 60%? That means I can split the back. Right? Right? Wait, this is actually almost perfect. Should I split the left shift? Is that cursed? Don't answer that. I could technically split it. No, I'm talking about splitting the right. I mean, splitting the left. So I don't have to do one more stabilizing. Because if you split this, and then you only have to do that. And then I don't have to open another box. That's actually perfect. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. Okay, if I have... If I have an extra stabilizer somewhere... Okay, you guys are lucky. You guys are so freaking lucky. Turns out I do have an extra one. So I don't need to open this one. Look, you all. So for the hot swap, I forgot to mention, but you're just stuck with the 7U spacebar layout, which is not an issue, but just so you guys know. When you're buying a stabilizer kit, you need to buy the 7U one. Phew, that was close. Come on. It's not that bad, okay? You guys are just being dramatic. I think. I'm gonna do a quick Instagram update because I forgot. Also, Ginkgo R2 Deskmats go live this Friday. Open for about 3 weeks. 5 colors. We have the navy, which is my colors, and then there is forest green, beige, black and white, and a lavender. Oh, shoot. Oh yeah, we need to change that. I don't have a command for it yet. Sorry. Oh, wait, no, you can. Okay. clip 6P. Hopefully this is not too long. Okay, I'll post. Whew. It's a must. Yeah, thank you everyone if you plan on buying it. If this round does good, then we'll have an R3. I'm waiting to hear back about doing international vendors, but we shall see. Oh, hello, potato. I heard you sold your ticket. But that's okay. I'll see you. I'm sure. Yeah. There's so many places I want to go to that you sent me. I'm excited. I'm gonna try and vlog everything. Yeah, food. Okay, that sounds good. So I actually don't fly in until Friday afternoon. I thought I was leaving Thursday, but I'm not. So I'll be there around Friday, around 5. Yeah. I booked a hotel in Brooklyn, but I still have like a few days to change it. I might change to Flushing, but I haven't decided yet. I have the like you can book and you can cancel until yada yada. Okay, so after the wig incident, I'm taking negative reviews very seriously. I'm traumatized by the wig. And so the Sheraton I booked had like some really bad reviews, so it's like half and half. So I'm not sure. Yeah, so I went to a hotel in Boston and there was a haunted wig in it. And then upon inspecting, the AC had like mold and dust, and then the shower also had mold, and then the had mold and mildew and a haunted wig. Okay, yeah, so I'm gonna show you the diagram that I've been showing everyone, okay? So here's my bed, okay? Alright. And here's the nightstand. Okay. I got in, I checked in, and then I sat on the side of the bed like this, and I was texting, looking down at my phone, and out of the corner of my eye, I see hair on the nightstand. Someone had left their wig, like, in the nightstand. Like, I took a picture and I posted it in my Discord. I think it's, let's see. It was pretty cursed. Freaked me out a good bit. Okay, here. I'll copy this message link. If you're in my Discord, it'll take you. But that's what I saw, like in the corner of my eye as I was texting. Freaked me out. I thought I was gonna die. Surprised I didn't see like eyes or something. I'd shit myself if I saw that. Yeah, exactly. But now taking hotel reviews very seriously because that one had like half and half. So now, you know, I have to be careful. Luckily, got a full refund, but you know, definitely one of those things like I'm not gonna fuck around with hotel reviews anymore. I honestly thought about posting a review, but they gave me a full refund. And then they helped me, so I feel like I would feel bad, you know, because they were actually very nice and accommodating. Yeah. And I think it was like a freak accident, you know? Like what if that was one of the maids? Like what if it was a maid undercover, you know, like James Bond, and they had the change in the hotel room and they took off their wig and threw it in there. Yeah, I know. Yeah, they just didn't clean it for sure. I mean, they needed it to sneak in, but once they were in, they abandoned it. Miss some stab content. It's all the same. Patty's wig? She's a sleeper agent. I hate wigs. I'd rather just like cut my hair or dye my hair than wear a wig. It's it's so okay, so I went to go meet with someone today to pick up their keyboard to max it, and they were there with their wife. And she had split color hair, so it's like so you know like the middle of the hairline, and so one side was one color and one side was the other color. So she's basically like my hair cousin because like for dual hair tones you can either split in the middle or you can do like top is color or top and bottom. So I have, you know, the top is black but then the bottom is like some color, and hers is like one half is like one color, the other half, right? um and so I felt bad because I was meeting up with her husband to pick up the PCB, but I like completely ignored him and just talked to her about her hair because her hair looked so good. It's like her husband was chopped liver, and I just talked to her the whole time because I I loved like her hair. So yeah, I felt pretty bad. That I'll be maxing his PCB. Apparently, Glarsis was invited to actuate it, so I'm gonna see if he'll go. I told him that I just booked my ticket, so hopefully he'll go. John has been trying to invite like a bunch of content creators. I like his music, but he was a piece of shit. Oh yeah, I don't have my IEMs. Yeah. I build in silence. Is that weird? I'm a psychopath. The biggest thing though is because talking with IEMs is still something really weird for me. Okay, now I have to listen. Let's see, what are we listening to? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Holy moly. You know how whenever I post like my social media stuff, and if I notice like a single mistake, I get really sad, and then you guys are like, well, it doesn't matter, like no one's gonna notice. And then you get like and then you get comments like this. Oh my god. I got actually. I know. Tyrone Thug Nasty calling you out is crazy. I know. You can't edit your command. Or you can't edit your caption on TikTok. But in the video, I say July 12th. I just like misclicked or mistyped it. And Mr. Tyrone decided to correct me, even though it's correct in the video. Joe has to sub for the XXW actually emote. Unless there's a gifter in chat. Where is my... Oh, right here. Patricia, what made you stop Dota? Honestly, the community. The Dota community is god-awful. Like, it's probably one of the worst communities, aside from, like, super, super niche stuff. Sorry. Is WoW any better? A little bit. Still bad, but... Like, it's crazy. I had one guy in the Dota community who was, like, trying to fly me out to Canada and go on dates with me. Meanwhile, would call me fat and ugly and tell me the only reason people watched me was because I had funny facial expressions, but also still, like, hitting me up, right? Like, that's the Dota community. I'd have people being like, I'll carry you. And I'd be like, no, thank you. And they'd be like, fuck you anyways. Like, I don't want to carry you. No one can carry your fat ass. Like, legit, just, they were so wishy-washy, so, like, on and off. It's crazy. It's borderline abusive. But the thing is, like, I didn't eat. I wasn't. That was when I was like my skinniest. But because I was sitting on a couch in a blanket, they were like, "This angle makes you look so fat. You need to change it." And it was like, I cannot enjoy watching your stream with you using this cam. I I streamed on my couch because I didn't have a capture. Well, I had a capture card, but it was just more comfortable playing on my TV. So I just moved my webcam. And it's only for Zelda. Like, the Dota community was just like also really creepy. Like, I had Dota guys who would find my Steam profile, add me, and then they would stalk me to Facebook and try to add me there. Crazy. Do you have any recommendations for 40% keyboard under 150? Under, like, fully built or bare bones? How much is the... Do you want, like, are you okay with, like, a 40s Alice, or do you want just, like, a 40s normal? Yeah, I would recommend the Libra Mini, but that's an Ergo. Not everyone likes it. That's why I'm asking. Normal? 40% keyboard under 150. I would guess probably some stacked acrylic case, potentially. Where's Forbidden? Let's see. 40% under 150. How much is the SG by the Sam? Let me see. That might be like 180. Yeah, let me see. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, this is 140. Check this one out. It's coming soon. This is a S46. This is a R2. But this is a nice 40%, and it's starting at $139. Yeah. I have one. I have the R1. Do you want to see it? I can grab it if you want to see it. But that is a group buy. You like that one? Yeah, of course. There might be a few floating around the aftermarket for even less, yeah. You got the 4-pack? Do you like it? Stay with me. Oh, it's just shipped it today, I see. Oh, could you change my category, Kappa? Thank you. Oh my god, that's the wrong game. Wait, now they're gonna put RuneScape under like games at XXW streams. That's how often we played it, true. I was playing WoW today with my nails. And I was like, I was talking to my guild, I was like, hey, do you guys want to hear a first world problem? And Bird freaking said no. And I was like, well, I don't care, I'm telling you guys anyways, but I just got fake nails and they're hard to play with. But I'm currently the only female on the raid team, so I bet they were just like, ugh, females. Disgusting. They don't even see me as female. I'm just like, I'm like nothing to them. No, they don't see me as one of the boys. I'm literally just like an NPC. Patty's somewhere in the middle. I have no respect in my guild. Shake my head. Do you miss them? Don't worry, they're coming back in September. When the new raid tier comes out. Today we went to this restaurant where it's a barbecue restaurant, but they had banana pudding based off of like old school wrappers. So you could pick like the biscuit cookie that they gave you. Like you could pick Biggie or Tupac or Bun B. And Connor picked the Biggie one, but they gave me Bun B instead. So sad. Very sad. It's just like different cookies. No, it's just like different wafer cookies that they give you. Oh, Biggie as in B.I.G. or Tupac or like Bun B, like it's their actual faces. No, it's just the character of the wafers for the banana pudding. Biggie as in B.I.G., Biggie Smalls. I logged into my personal Instagram to check something. Oh my god, everyone's having kids. Crazy. Well, I should say everyone's having like their third kid. Everyone's having some multiple variations of kids. I didn't know what children, me neither. Oh, really? I would love a kid so I could start a soccer team. You think there are people that actually do that? Is the sticky baby not a child? Yeah, she's my child. She got a bath today. Yeah, it's hard to think about, right? All the parents in chat, sorry. Actually, there's this girl I knew in high school who's Mormon. She got married really early, and it took her a really long time to like get pregnant, but she ended up having 3 kids. And I saw that she got divorced. Divorce is like really heavily frowned upon in the Mormon community, right? So it makes me wonder like what happened. She was like super sweet too. Yeah, she had 3 and she got divorced, but they were together for like 15 years. She got married super early, like as soon as she went to BYU. But I know divorce is like frowned upon, right? Yeah. Bet Savior, come on. Ain't no way. First of all, would anyone admit to that? Yeah, Savior's trying to ask because he was one himself, right? Sorry. That's a weird thing. You got scammed. You got bamboozled. I wonder if Fruit is here in chat. I scared Fruit yesterday. I'm pretty sure. I just glared at him. Fruit's AC was broken. If he's here, he can tell the story, but... Yeah, Fruit also lives, like, 2 minutes away from me now. Yeah, I had no idea. Yeah. No, but he can walk to see Ginkgo now. And that's the greatest gift. True. Did you like those birria tacos? Pretty tasty, right? I don't remember you getting them. Was it just me? I think it was just me. Yeah. Wait, I'm not doing this. Yeah. You guys, I can't eat after 12. I have to fast for the endo. Midnight. Okay. Time to eat. What are the chances Connor will make me dumplings? Yeah, you just boil water. I don't know. I'd actually trust Avo when it comes to cooking. I would actually trust Avo. I'll give him that. Hi Ichigo, how are you doing? Oh yeah, we're doing HHKB. Let me ask him. Yeah. Can you make me dumplings, please? Did you get the daring run? The first round? Petrichor. Oh, you didn't get Petrichor? Petrichor was good. Oh, you didn't buy it, Joe? I was about to say, like, I thought I remember you talking about getting the DR70. They're talking about dumplings. Not like pooping dumpies. Insty. Okay. These are Xinhais or Xinhais. Connor's been playing that new Valve game. It's like Deadlock. No, he's in like the closed alpha. He got in. It's like Overwatch League of Legends. Smite. Oh, did you see they're remaking Rama 1/2? Do you think they're gonna keep the nudity in? Rama 1/2 is about, it's a kung fu anime about Rama and his fiance Akane. But him and his father are martial artists who travel the world to basically learn new techniques and further their craft. And they go to a cursed springs, Ginkgo. Yeah. And basically there are cursed ponds that like someone has drowned in it, right? And it's cursed. So his dad falls into the cursed panda pool and Rama falls into the cursed girl pool. So it's when they're splashed with cold water, they turn. And then hot water turns them back. It's my favorite anime. My top 3: Rama 1/2, Mob Psycho, Yu Yu Hakusho. And they're remaking it. Yeah, but the thing is, like, that's why I'm like desensitized to like anime titties. Interloper, don't put that in. But because of Rama one half. Because Rama one half, it was basically it had nudity in it. Like Rama would turn into a chick and just like her boobs would be out and she would fight like that. Because like she has cuz he is a man but in a woman's body and just like doesn't have any shame, right? But and the, I would say it's not like sexual in that sense, but there was definitely like pervs like in the anime, right? Like there's Hapusai who was he would like purposely turn Rama into a girl to like be pervy, but it just kind of like desensitized me because like Rama would go back and forth between girl or guy, right? Yeah, I'd say so. I don't really like Inuyasha. I know a lot of people like it, but I think Rama one half is way better. Yeah, so I'm excited about the Rama one half. Connor responded. What did he say? How many? 8. Yeah, so they're remaking it. I think it's Mappa who's doing it, the animation. Someone confirm for me. Here, I'll link it for you. Yeah, it's Mappa. Yeah, I know, right? It's so exciting. Did you guys ever watch the horror, the mermaid one? The mermaid meat one? That was really old though. I have another pack, I'll just go grab it. I'll be right back. I can't, I have an 8 a.m. appointment. Love all the openings for Rama one half. Like I forget what it's called, but it's like, yep, bye, yep, bye. That one's good. Yeah, Mermaid Saga. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, papa. Dun 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 da da dun dun da da dun 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 dun. That one. Online. Online. I have online appointments too. What do you mean you're gonna tell him never mind? Yeah, I have the box DVD still. I wonder if I can go find it. Bless you, the cough. You guys want to hear something crazy? I messaged Teha today and he instantly replied. Instantly. Better go buy a lotto ticket. Go buy a lotto ticket? Yeah. Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Whenever I posted Teha at the mode meetup, I actually had another vendor who was like, hey, can you tell Teha to respond to his DMs? And I was like, oh, shit. You have to message me to tell Teha to respond? What the heck? But do you really? I mean, he's a busy person. Me, not so much. Is he though? I don't know. You guys tell me. I don't know. I don't know Teha's daily life. You guys probably know Teha better than I do. He's doing keyboard consulting. Like, brands reach out to him, and instead of doing a stream, he just consults them on the keyboards to make it better. How much time? I have no clue. Should I ask him? Hey yo, Tay Diddy, what you doing? Give me the deets. No, never. Hi, Seth. Would he understand that? Yeah, he's more Zoomer than I am. That's his new nickname, okay? That's his stage name. Actually, no. P. Diddy was canceled. That's probably not the best one. Well, I'll think of a better one. Hi, Seth. Oh, yeah. Hope you had a good birthday. Oh yeah, what's the lore behind that? Okay, so I've moved the pogo pin down and now I need to put on the blockers. So they would go down here like this and like this. Actually, I go right here and then right here. I'm gonna throw all these away. There's no screws, right? I saw? No. Screw. Maybe they're in here. Extra screws, okay. Yeah, I don't get the reference either. But I didn't want to be that person. I know what Jenga is. Do not look it up. Oh god. That does not sound good. Yo, hi lamp. Simulate. Oh. Well, I was not expecting that. I see. Interesting. Okay, so this one. Does it? Doesn't matter. Probably does. So it would go underneath, right? Okay, so let's see. So you put it right here, right? Does it just say? Okay. So it's this going down, right? Well, so it go like this. Yeah, okay. Yeah, so there are these dumb. Yeah, so here you see the silicone gaskets. Like this. These are the gaskets. And then if you look at the bottom case, there's grooves. So you can see they have the little, indents right there. See right here. So the orientation, because these are different, right? You can see this one has like the nipple, and this one, it's like a straight line. I'm guessing it goes down like this. Nipple part goes down. Right? Are they stiff? I would say they are on the stiffer end, yes. I got to meet Lamp's girl, and I hope I didn't scare her. I felt kind of bad. Okay. Boom. I didn't let the weird out. I love talking to the women of the army. Lydia told me she called her Alicia. Alicia Soy. Oh, really? I wonder why there's a groove in the gasket. I don't know if it actually matters. I'm guessing they added this cut in the middle of the gasket top to give it some flex when it compresses. If I had to guess. Because there's no actual grooves on like the mid piece to align it, so it's not like an alignment thing. This is FR4. I was like, do I understand Japanese now? Oh, is it Spanish? Oh my, then. Okay, so this is dumbbell gasket. So it should just go like friction fits in like that. And then this one, these go up here like that. Make sure to properly align it. These have been put in. And then you do this, right? So this is no foam. Let's put all the screws in. It's the same company. This is their new keyboard. Yeah. This is their 60%. Do I get the Monday blues? No. All the days blend together. Oh, it lives! It lives. I mean, I could visit. It was just cheaper to fly out of LAX, unfortunately. DR's a sub-brand of wind. See, that I don't know. Because I know WS is a sub-brand of Bellatrix. So boom. Alright then, what keycaps are we using? It doesn't matter? Okay. Vin says it doesn't matter. So I'm gonna use... Have I used Taiga on anything? Do you guys know? I don't think I have, right? Have I? Oh. Oh, then I need to check this. Botanical was on Petrichor. And then I swapped it. Right? White on black. Oh my god, who am I if I use white on black? Patty, I have a question. Okay. I have an answer, maybe. What's up? Hi? Oh, really? Hmm. What's the secret to love and happiness? Love and happiness. Hmm. Hmm. Love and happiness? I mean, happy wife, happy life, right? So it's just finding someone who matches your freak. There you have it. Zoomer answer for a Zoomer. Hopefully that helps you. Guys, what keycaps set do we use? White on black? I mean, it sounds like someone's matching your freak. Darling. Mage. Oh my god. How about I use freaking... how about we use... I haven't used Evil Eye. At all. Blue sets? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't have Haman. You guys got it before me. I'm in the same city. Heck. Lychee? I've used Lychee before. Okay, let's do Evil Eye. Okay, Coupo's gonna lecture me. I'm sorry I didn't open my set. I just like opening it with you guys, okay? That's my excuse. I do have Serica. Serica makes me a little sad, though. It makes me really sad. Because I gave Serica to Goose. I don't know if you guys remember. Who ended up being... I don't want to say, like, removed. Yeah. Basically... Okay, I'm gonna say it, but... I don't like saying this word, but... He used the word rape, and he was trying to basically say that context matters, which, like, I've been gaming for a long time, and, like, a lot of people say a lot of things, right? So, like, I kind of understand, like, that mentality of, like, you know, but we were basically raiding, and he said something along the lines of, like, you know, we're getting raped by this, and he was asked not to say it, and he just, like, doubled down and was like, context matters, and I was like, a lot of people were just telling him, like, no, it doesn't, like, just don't say it, especially since, like, you know, we are streamers. There's also, you have a female GM, and ultimately ended up leaving the guild with his friends. And it just makes me, like, a little sad because, like, I gave him a keyboard, like, he wanted a keyboard, and I mean, he ended up not being, like, how do I say it? I don't want to say, like, not a good person, but, you know, like, it's definitely one of those things, like, just don't use that word, and, you know, some people don't like censorship, etc., or like PC culture. But it's like, as a female, like just hearing the word, you know, rape is like scary. So the fact that he, I guess, tried to like double down on it and try to justify it. So what? Yeah, no. I mean, the thing is, like, for raiders sometimes, or just like people online, it's hard to like, it's hard to keep up with like the things they do. Plus, they act differently in front of like officers, and so that was like my first time hearing him like say it. But apparently, it was like something him and his friend like used it often. But I'd never heard it. Yeah, it's not, but that was the issue. He doubled down, was like context matters, and it was like, just don't say it, you know. But he didn't really like that, and he got called out for it, and ultimately ended up leaving the guild, which was sad because like back in the day, whenever I was being like, I don't want to say harassed, but you know, when I was being targeted, he like reached out to me to like help me out. And it was one of those things where like you have to realize like sometimes like the people who you think are good are not good per se. Not to say that he was bad because he used that word necessarily, but in the context of like, you know, it's just different cultures, different expectations of like online etiquette and whatnot. But yeah, that's why it makes me sad, because when I think of Serica, I think about the keyboard I gave him, and that's why. But that's why you guys haven't seen him around. It's inner guild workings of drama here and there. As per usual. Wait. I mean, when it came down to it, it's like the two of them were very nice to me, but they were not quite nice to other people. And so they both left the guild. So it was the first time I had heard it, but apparently other people had heard it. But like I said, I'm an officer in my guild, so I don't hear a lot of these things until later, right? So while they were always cordial with me, it was like the opposite with some other people. That's why when it happened, I was shocked, and then it was later revealed to me like this isn't like the first time it's happened, but it's the first time I heard it. And so I had to talk and be like, hey, don't say it. And then I was told context matters and he's not using it maliciously. And I was like, yeah, but I don't like it. So it's like a little hard because, you know, Goose was always very nice to me, but not so nice to other people. Plus he was very mean to Mason. And as you guys know, Mason is like, I don't know if Mason's listening, so I don't want to scare him, but I consider Mason like one of my best friends. Um, I mean, he might not feel the same, but I consider Mason a very, very good friend. and the fact that he made him uncomfortable, you know. It was just like one of those things. No, I don't want to summon him. I don't want to weird him out. Mason's like a little, like, what's it? The Sunday? If he hears me, like, saying these things, he might be like, you know. Not even uwu, he just would be like, okay, that's weird. I did. I have the sandwich mount yet. Okay. Thoughts? Cute. Cute. Okay, so some new things is that dumplings. Is that apple vinegar? Oh, thank you. Hold on, let me eat this real quick before I run out of time. I'm not supposed to eat after a certain time. Don't worry, I eat dumplings in one bite. Oh yeah, so this is the split backspace that I like. I like putting the backspace right here instead of like putting backspace delete up here. Have you used split backspace before? I used to think it was cursed, but it's actually, it feels better. It's super comfy. Yeah. I used to be a hater, but now I'm a believer. It does take some getting used to, but it's actually more comfortable because you don't have to like, right? You can just, rather than. Good night, Uggy. Finished. Oh, I have soy milk. That was concerningly fast. No, it wasn't. You're just distracted. This is Gasket, yeah. Don't think about it. Oh, really? You know, some people do that on purpose. There's like lip glosses that have like chili in it to make your lips swell. Oh yeah, this is sweet soy milk. Okay, this is the Asian soy milk. Okay. I just don't even remember your own command. Shake my head. Sorry, I need to check something. I don't think I can remap this. I don't have the files yet. Yeah, I don't. Okay. Okay, so this is the build. I thought maybe it would be on Vile, but it's not. No. Mason? No. It's just no foam. No foam. What else? Oh, gasket mount. Okay. One moment, please. Alright, so this is a flip 6P. We're using HMX Xinhais on FR4 plate. No foam. This is the gasket mount. And this is GMK Evil Eye, and we have the blockers for HHKV. Okay, what do you guys think? Okay, so do you guys want to do PC plate? Or do you want to do this with foam? The keycaps match the Deskmat though. PC? Okay. Okay. This, like, threw me off. No, it doesn't. It's all pogo pin. There's only 2 ribbon cables, but you never interact with it. The pogo pin, the ribbon cables connect the 2 daughter boards underneath from the batteries to the main PCB. Yeah, no, the ribbons are bad. I think when I reviewed it, I said that was like one of my biggest critiques is the ribbon cable, and they changed it all to pogo pin. If you buy it from Divinity, please consider using my code. I think they're doing the same thing, like in stock and then the group buy as well. And hearing this in a different language. Oh, really? It's an affiliate link, sorry. I used to have a code, but they took away the discount codes. Because, the ViniQ is actually, struggling for a little bit. I don't know if you guys knew that. But they're okay now, I think. All the vendors are struggling for a little bit. It's gonna be August. I love Carl Anthony. I wish him nothing but success. The ViniKey is actually the reason why I'm building this board now. They sent out an email to their affiliates to see if you'd be interested in building. Ultimately it's up to the company, but I was picked. Carl Anthony? Starts with a C. So check this out. Right. So you can see pogo pin. Oh, is he really? Carl Anthony is one of the co-owners for Divinity. Tim and Henry. Those are the two people who started Divinity. Carl Anthony is kind of like the one that kind of talks to everyone, and Henry does like more like logistics. Both are super nice. So as you can see, no ribbon cables except for down here. So there's a ribbon cable connecting this piece to the main daughter board. And then one of these are and then another cable to the USB. Is none of them leaving? No. No, we're just talking about Carl Anthony. So, yeah, no ribbon cables at all. You see this one is right here, depending on where you put it. And then these are for the southpaw. Right? Yeah. The only thing that you have to do if you're flipping it is you have to move this pogo pin. Because all the pogo pins for the numpad are going to be on the top, right? So if you want it like this, you see the pogo pins are up top. If you flip it, they're now on the bottom, right? So you have to move this one up here. And then the blockers you would also have to unscrew, right? So you see these grooves? These are for the pogo pins. So if you want to get the sandwich mount, that's a separate plate, right? But all the plates should be split, and the PCBs are also split. And then this one you just screw off. You see this? All you have to do to make it southpaw is screw these two off and put it down here, and then move the blockers if you use the blockers. Right? And then you just like still flip it like that. But you don't need to flip this. You can just keep this in place. Yeah, it's the sandwich that you have to buy separately, from what I understand. And the sandwich mount plate is one piece. So that's how you tell the difference between if it's going to be PCB silicone gasket versus sandwich. Yeah, the one piece. You have brain rot? You got weeb brain. Not weed, weeb. Blame my mods. What's weed brain? I don't know. I've never smoked weed before. I just bought some mushroom matcha though. I'm kind of scared but excited to try it. I hate mushrooms though. But my aunt says that mushrooms helped her a lot. Because my aunt is diabetic. Yeah, Rise. Is it ass? It's on sale. I've been drinking that? Yeah, I got it on sale. But I hate mushrooms. Like, I'm the type of person, like, mushrooms have, like, juices, right? And if I taste some mushroom juice, I can't. I just can't eat the food. So, like, pizza. Like, if the pizza has mushrooms and they're just, like, pick it off, it's like, I can't. You can still taste the mushrooms. Well, so I got the matcha and I got the coffee. Oh, Rise from League of Legends. No. Talking about Rise coffee. You're supposed to collapse the mushroom so it loses most of its juices, replace it with fat? What? There's actually a place in Austin where I tried their mushroom coffee and it wasn't bad. I like this song. Cuppo, do you approve of this song? Yeah, I like it too. I don't like coffee, but I'll try everything at least once. Hello, Chunk. What's up? Yeah, I get to see potato in like 4 days. You guys jealous? Yeah, he's going to a wedding. I don't think I've ever seen that guy. I like watching random Japanese people, though, play instruments. They're always so good. I don't know what it is. Oh, that's the band you've been talking about, yeah. I think Couple likes that band too, right? You guys, whenever I become like a big streamer, I'm gonna have my own studio, and I'm gonna have a record player, just like Teha. So watch. It's as easy as just like, so friction fits in. The pogo pins are working, as you can see. So these are the blockers for the LED indicators. I guess I have to plug it in to register, but so these are removable. So I guess, actually, let me do this real quick. Yeah, I suppose so. So the 1.5 U blockers, they don't come in pairs. So when you buy it, you have to buy two. So technically you could have two LED ones if you want. So there's the plain, there's a logo, and there's the indicator ones. You know, Donald Glover says he's done with Childish Gambino after this album. Do we believe him? Yeah, but if you want win keyless, Um, those come in a pair. I haven't listened to it, the full thing yet. I need to. Is it these? Okay. Is it really? Or are you just saying that? Okay. I was about to say, ain't no way, really? I listened to half of it, and I was like okay with it. There wasn't one song that I was like, wow, I love it. Although, I did feel that way about Billie Eilish. And I actually don't normally listen to her. But there was, Billie Eilish is, I like this one. Taco Bell, did you bring enough for the class? But I didn't use lychee, right? Yeah, I know. You know, Taco Bell sauce, I always try to get the spiciest, and then they always don't give it to me, so I don't know what's going on. And there was a time where they just like, they were like skimping on the sauce. Like, I would order like 12 crunchy tacos, they would give me like 3 packets of sauce. And I'd be like, can I get more, please? No, I didn't even know there's a Taco Bell app. What the hell? I don't know if I've ever listened to her. I need like one for, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3. I need like 4 packets probably. And I need like 2 packets per crunchy taco. Yeah, I did. I took I took French because my cousin So my dad's side, his oldest sister, Susan, her and her husband had a hotel in Switzerland. So it was, her name was Yo-Yo, so she speaks Cantonese and French, and I spoke Mandarin and English. So she learned English and I learned French. What is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 8, 9, 2? Right? That's like 8 on 10? Something like that. That was scary? Why? What's the order for this again? I don't use numpad that often. I think it's this, right? Can you link that Spotify, Johnny? Does my Chinese speaking scare you? No, this. Did I speak Canto? No, my dad was too lazy to teach me. I know Leipzig fan. I mean, I can understand some of it. Really? Which is harder, Mendo or Canto? Does it freak you out when you hear me speak Chinese? Do you guys know that I can speak Mandarin Chinese? That would be racist, would it? Ginkgo does know Chinese, yeah. Apparently there's a corgi that knows sign language. You think Ginkgo would naturally understand Japanese? That's a good question. She likes fish a lot. So I always tell my parents that's her Japanese roots. Umai. Sugoi. Gomen. Gomen, gomen. I've been getting this Chinese chick who's teaching us how to, like, say bad words. Her last reel, she got, like, stood up on a date. So it's just teaching us how to like curse that person out. Hi to Savage! Thank you for the prime! 8 months, welcome! Hello. This song was alright, it was very poppy. I've been listening to, I've been listening to this song. Yeah, I have. She's pretty good. This is gonna sound really weird, but she has like good lips. I don't know. She just has good lips. White lady. Why are you making her sound like she's like a MILF or something? Okay. Alright. This one is PC plate with gasket PCB mount. And using Xinhais. Alright, Vin. What issue are you struggling with your skin? Okay, so we're gonna swap. I'm gonna do the sandwich mount, so we'll see. I bet your pores are getting clogged. Or they're probably very gunky since you sweat, right? I'd actually recommend oil cleansing. Especially since you sweat a lot. Difference between sandwich and burger mount? Yeah, so sandwich would be like this whole thing. That sandwich. Burger tends to use like O-rings, small O-rings with the mounting points. So it's kind of like small burgers. Yeah, burger is kind of like a top mount with O-rings, and then sandwich is basically the whole case. I mean, the hardest thing about skincare is like staying consistent with it, because it's a routine, you know. It's definitely a routine you need to get into. It's kind of like going to the gym, right? Um, you have to maintain your routine. Oh yeah, you could do that too, what Lamb said. Okay, Lamb. If anything, you guys should start conditioning your face to retinol. Good night, potato. Hi, Swappy. I used tretinoin. I mean, maybe. haven't done a face cam in like over a month, right? You guys don't even know what I look like anymore. I've been going through a lot of weight fluctuation, so I'm a little self-conscious. Yeah, you did see me. Man, it's very jarring going from like 125 to 160. Actually so jarring. The hormones are so scary. And I know it would be a lot worse, especially if I wasn't working out. But I can't even do squat, like I can't even break PRs for a while because with the IUD, apparently it could be painful until I get used to it. So I can't be like straining. Oh yeah, I do have back muscles now, yeah. Right now I'm deadlifting. My PR for deadlifts is 170. I can do 2 for 2. 2 sets of 2. Comfortably. That's what I'm at right now. I don't do squats because I have a weak knee, but yeah. Yeah, that's like 2 sets comfortably. But I wear a belt just to be safe. Yes, I have a personal trainer. I love deadlifting. I think it's really fun. Okay, so now we're gonna do the sandwich mount. So sandwich mount is the full plate. It's not split and it's not reversible, so you're set to the layout you buy. So this is left. So it's like this. So if you want the other side, you can't just flip it, you'd have to buy a dedicated plate. What's this? Oh yeah. You want to know the reason why I don't have like why my face, so my face looks like swollen, but it's not like completely swollen, and why like I still kind of have like a skinny neck, right? It's because of lymphatic drainage exercises or massages that I do. God, sometimes when I do my massages, I feel like throwing up, and I can literally feel like the liquid that's like built up in my face like drain through my neck. And like on the days where I do the massages and I'm like gagging, that's how I know like, oh man, if I didn't do this, I'd be so swollen right now. Those drainage massages are really something else if you guys haven't ever like thought about doing body lymphatic drainage massages. It's like a little uncomfortable at first because like especially if you're retaining like a lot of liquid, but once you like get used to the routine of doing it, you feel like so bad when you don't do it, right? No, I do it at home. I don't go to places to do it. I just learned how to do it from, like, on my own. Yeah, I'm doing my best, but it's just very hard whenever it's like you do everything you can correctly and yet like you don't see any changes or it's just getting worse. That's why hormones are so fucked. Because you could be doing everything right and your hormones are like, nope, 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 nope. Yeah, but I'm kind of set back because I got my IUD, so I'm not allowed to do heavy weightlifting until for like a few weeks. I'm insulin resistant, so I'm gonna go see my endocrinologist tomorrow to basically solidify, oh yeah, you are insulin resistant. And then my OB wants to put me on like Ozempic or semaglutide to help with that. So we'll see. Yeah, but it's really hard to get right now. Like there's a shortage because people are just buying it to lose weight easily, like with no problem. Like that's how a lot of celebrities have been losing weight easily. And Ozempic was one of those things where there's like third party brands that as long as you're willing to pay the obscene prices, you can get it, right? No, I haven't qualified for metformin because I have to go see an endocrinologist to confirm. Metformin was also recommended, but my OB says, let's see what the endo says, but she was saying Ozempic might really help me. And like, that's the thing is my hormones, so she told me basically that, you know, as someone like me who has, you know, hormonal issues, there are times where like my body's just gonna go out of sync and basically there's not much I can do necessarily, and just having like the help from like Ozempic would really help, would get me back down to like where I was before, and it, you know, it's like a healthier thing for me too, right? So it's not something I would be on permanently because I already have like I already have all the healthy habits and like I work out and I do everything, but it's just, you know, hormone fluctuations are so difficult to manage that I just have to try and catch and manage it early, but it's kind of gotten to the point where it's kind of like spiraling out of control. So that's why I got my IUD to hopefully that will be less like harsh on my body in the sense of, you know, I'm not ingesting hormones through my bloodstream. It's more like localized, like just in my areas that matter, which could help me either way, right? And like sometimes you just need like chemical health, like help from medicine to help get everything back under control, and then you can manage it from there, right? And so I could have potentially really high cortisol. I could have a fucked up thyroid. There's like a lot of things, but hopefully the endocrinologist can like answer. Yeah, so it's PCOS is kind of like an umbrella term, right? Which is what some people don't realize. There's so many like symptoms that could be PCOS or that fall under PCOS. And so I've had some doctors tell me like, oh, yeah, you have it. Or some doctors like, oh, you don't have it. It's not really like something that fits all, or it's just like a very broad like umbrella term, right? So you could have like so many different symptoms, like different from someone else, but it's still classified as PCOS. And it wasn't until this year actually that they finally like recognized PCOS as like a diagnosis, and they're actually like doing research about it now. But it's taken like all these years for them to finally like recognize it. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, so insurance companies are finally recognizing it. That's why if I go see the endocrinologist, they confirm like, yeah, you have some kind of variant of PCOS and insulin resistant. And then it's like, then you can get Ozempic. Which, you know, I saw on threads basically of this chick who is diabetic and she hasn't been able to get her Ozempic, and she was basically, you know, basically bashing people who use it to like lose a few pounds. So obviously like she wasn't like getting mad at the people who only use it who are like obese, but she was saying like, so for example, like people like me who I'm not overweight, right? But using it to basically lose weight as like an easy way out, but it was like really out of touch because yeah, I'm not overweight, but it's like my hormones are out of whack. You know, no matter like what I do to keep like my insulin like regulated, there's nothing I can do. And then it like if I don't do anything about it, I might get to the point where yeah, I become overweight and there's nothing I can do, right? Other than quite literally like potentially starving or myself. But I mean I feel really bad because like she was obviously very frustrated because she couldn't get the medicine she needed, but I guess people are like educating her, saying like, look, right, well, so Ozempic suppresses your appetite, so a lot of people who don't necessarily need it have been taking it so that they just eat less, but their body is like okay with it, so that's how they lose weight. That's like in layman terms, right? um but my thing is that being insulin resistant, I tend to spike very easily, right? Um, yeah, there's a lot of science behind it, but basically, it's the celebrities. I did get an ultrasound, yes. As an impression, you hop off Ozempic, you bounce back. Yeah, because if you don't have like a healthy lifestyle, then yeah, you'll bounce back. Yeah, so my blood work doesn't show that I have PCOS, and my ultrasounds were varying. Um, but you don't necessarily need blood work to, indicate that you have it. But that is like one of the biggest indicators. But I had an ultrasound where it showed PCOS, and then I had another ultrasound that didn't show PCOS, and then one doctor's like, well, you don't have PCOS here, so it could be that one time you got an ultrasound, it was like during one of your menstrual cycles or whatever, and during that time, like it'll show more, so it kind of looks like you have PCOS, but it's just you're ovulating, right? And then my OB in person was saying like, well, it could be, because you've been trying to manage this for like the last 2.5 years, that, you can regulate it and have it like diminish, right? And so I've had 2 ultrasounds where it showed something, and then I've had one that hasn't. So that's why one doctor is like, are you sure you had it? And then another doctor is like, oh no, like she does have it. And so that's why it's like so fucked up. And my blood work definitely isn't like an indicator of that, which is why the one person was like, maybe you don't have it, right? But then I got blood work done, and so my blood work looks normal. But when you do the calculations, I actually am high insulin resistant. And my blood looks normal. My blood work looks normal. My dietitian explained this to me because I'm a very healthy individual, and my pancreas or whatever has basically just like works overtime. But everything else looks normal, but it's just my organs have been doing a really good job making sure that I don't, like, you know, spiral. But if you do like the calculations, I forget what she called it. There's a calculation you can do between the two readings to basically see if you are insulin resistant, and like they both confirm like, oh yeah, you really are. I'm trying to remember what it was called. But yeah, my dietitian basically told me like, you have done a really good job staying healthy, like all your levels are normal, but she's just saying that your organs basically work extra hard to make sure you don't like spiral, but sometimes, you know, it goes out of control and there's only so much it can do. And I was like, okay. Let me see if she wrote it down. Give me one moment. I'm gonna look at my results, because maybe she wrote it down. So she told me in my meeting, the messages. Also, you want to hear something fucked? Is when I swapped birth controls, I was on my period for like a month when I was swapping. It's like so crazy. That was a pretty awful time. Yeah. Yeah, I was bleeding for a month. Let's see. Appointments. Is it with so basically I have a higher estrogen to progesterone ratio. My prolactin levels are, they spike a lot. Let me see, is it here? I wrote it down somewhere. Hold on, let me check real quick. Shoot. Ugh. I'll find it later, and once I find it, I'll tell you. But tell you guys. But I don't remember, and I think I'd have to search through some messages to find it. But it's some kind of math equation you have to do to calculate. Oh man, I can't eat any more food. That's Southpaw? Yes. I thought you wanted to do gaming. So basically, I had to learn different habits to not spike my blood. So the biggest thing was, I would eat a lot. I would eat and then I would food coma. And so the biggest thing I had to do was either eat like raw foods or fiber before I ate like any kind of like carb. And like an hour after waking up, I had to eat protein and then complex carb and some sort of like greens or fiber. But basically, I needed something to enter my bloodstream that would kind of help buffer any spikes. And so that's why, you know, eating like, for example, a salad before you eat your main meal will prevent you from like bucoing. um, oh, that's correct. Okay. Boop. So I think this is how you have to do it. I think it's the same thing for um, the first one, but basically, when you use a plate, it acts as the accent. So if you do the sandwich amount, you no longer need this piece, right? Oh, yeah. I mean, I wrote notes about it. I would just have to find the notes, right? Okay. So I need to put the, I need to put these. Right, so you would put one here. They have good prices for keeps, yeah. I'm excited to build this one. I actually just got it in the mail. Yeah, that's what I did. Okay. Okay, better. I want to say it started with an H. Okay. So this one is sandwich mount. I did put the gaskets or the these little gaskets on the plate, but the mount is sandwich mount. There's no oh wait. Oops. Wait. Wait. I did this wrong. I need to take off the PCB gaskets, no wonder. Okay, that's what I did. No wonder. It was just gonna sound like the same thing again. Moment, please. It's going good. We're actually still building. I'm about to do the sandwich mount and then we're done. It will be the third build. So I need to basically take this off. So this is Daring Run's second version of their like flip keyboard, but it's a 60%. So very similar concept. They've made some quality of life changes, including no more ribbon cables that you have to interact with to assemble and disassemble. Same concept where it has the two mountings, but if you want to do one, you have to buy like a separate plate for it. Still does the mid piece where the plate has the accent on the seam. Trying to think what else. But the layout is slightly different now. This one is a 60% versus the other one was what, a 70? But still follows the, you can flip the numpad if you'd want. So you can flip the pad, you can make it southpaw. Okay, so those are all off now. Cool. And then they also added blockers. So you can buy these blockers to make it either HHKB win keyless or you can have it be win key. And then like I said, this top you can flip. Oh yeah, that sounds correct. I remember something H. Yeah. Yep. Which was kind of a relief because I think one of the scariest things is going through all this testing and not finding anything. But when you so obviously know something is wrong, I think that's the worst feeling. Yeah, the endocrinologist that I see tomorrow should hopefully answer a lot of questions. Although it could be something crazy like I have like a polyps on my thyroid or something. I don't know, we'll see. We will see. Not to scare you guys or anything. Scare you guys. I am definitely scared though. for sure. Testing is always scary. Well, what if they find something that you definitely weren't expecting? I won't think about it. I could just stress myself out. I do, yeah. I do. Okay, so this next one is going to be sandwich mount alu plate. But then here is the build. Alright, this is alu plate sandwich mount. We're using HMX Xinhais, GMK Evil Eye. So this actually is an alu plate. This is alu plate sandwich mount. Yeah, this is GMK Evil Eye. Yeah, this is alu plate. So PC was the last one, but so the plates, so sandwich mount, you have to have a specific plate. The gasket PCB mounts are split, so as you can see, like right here. So this one is the split, and this one is the PCB gasket. But then with the sandwich mount, you have to buy a different plate, which is a singular piece. And this one is alu. And you can actually see, you see this? This is the alu plate accent. You can get it in different colors, but you basically take this accent out, right? Do I need it? I think so. Yeah. So default, you'll get the PCB gasket, which has a split plate. But for the sandwich mount, you need a different plate, and that's one singular piece, which means like if you want, you need to pick the color, so the accent piece right here, and then you also have to pick whether you want the right or the left, because it's set. So if you want to be able to do like a left and a right hand sandwich mount, you'd have to get two plates. Versus if you do the PCB gasket, it's a split plate, right? So you can just easily swap it out. So my thoughts. I personally don't like sandwich mount. I think it's like a little too stiff for me, at least with the long poles and the Alu plate. My favorite configuration was probably the PC plate. None of the builds I used had foam, so foam might be like a game changer. What we can do is I can swap out this plate and do PC with foam to see if that changes the sound at all. It should, but I don't know if it would be like for better or for worse. You know, sometimes with boards, like adding foam in does like make a big difference and isn't necessarily like just the foamy sound, but yeah. Hi Ninja. Unless you guys are tired. If you guys are tired though, we can end a little early. Do you guys want to hear PC with foam? Yeah, unfortunately I don't think PC plate is actually offered with sandwich mount. Because the reason I say that is because it would be the accent piece, right? Yeah. So for sandwich mount, you have Alu only, but you can get it in either Anno Black or Anno Gold. You can get normal layout, Southpaw non-mirrored, and Southpaw mirrored. So those are the 3 layouts you can get. So unfortunately, they're all going to be Alu if you do a sandwich mount. The biggest difference is going to be the layout and what color accent you get, right? So this one is the gold, right? And then this one I have is the black, right here. In terms of the gasket mount, you can get PC, Alu, or FR4. So I had PC and FR4. Are you tired? I'm alright. I had tea. So, but I had green tea. I did not drink my oolong tea like I normally do. Oolong is stronger. Yeah, my green tea. Green tea. Yes, if you go gasket, you get this. It comes with it. And in terms of like picking it out, it looks like it always comes with... Okay, so it changes. So if you get the black or white, you'll get the gold. But then if you get the other colors, you'll get the black. And there are 7 different colors. So you'll always get this middle seam, but depending on which case color you get, you'll get a different color. Whatever I want. Is it really what I want? I do need to talk to Connor real quick because he told me he has the gym. But I have my doctor's appointment when he's going to the gym. So one of us is not getting the car. Who's it gonna be? Okay, I'm gonna do the PC plate with foam, and then I'll call it. I'll be right back really quick. I'm just gonna go confirm with Connor. Be right back. Okay. Where did gaming go? Oh, you know. Are you guys here for gaming or for keyboards? Keyboards are the source of your problems? Don't you mean your back is the source of your problems? Good night. You're so quick, yeah. That's why I like it. Can I tape mod my knees? Yeah, you could try. Well, that game was so weird. So yesterday, Avo played this game where you basically had a clicker and you needed to press it 10,000 times for this guy who would give you a lot of money. Hydrate, thanks. Yeah. Basically, the guy was gonna pay you a shit ton of money, but you had to like sit there and click this clicker for him. Wait, do you guys actually want me to do that? Fear and Hunger is fucked. I've had nightmares about it. Like, that's one of those games where, like, I would check on the creator to make sure. No, it's a game, so you just had to use your mouse to click it. Is it more fucked than the doll game? Yes. Fear and Hunger, I would say, is like one of the most fucked up games I've ever played. Yeah, I know. She would scare you, be like, okay. Alright. She would jump out, you'd be like, hey. I mean, I would argue that that's, like, similar. It's scary in psychological ways. Imagine being the person who thought up of that world, you know? Like... Okay, so I'll explain Fear and Hunger's premise to you guys, okay? So, you can play as 4 different characters, okay? You can play, it's like a thief or mercenary. You can play like a knight. You can play a warrior, or you could play like a, whatchamacallit? Like a caster. And each of the characters that you encounter in the game have like their own backstory. Yeah, priest. Do you guys want spoilers? Should I spoil it? Or should I, or are you guys gonna watch it? I can give you like general explanations. But basically, you're in these like dungeons that are clearly very fucked up. And wait, okay, waiting. Have I played the second one? I've not, but I've played the first one, just the first. Okay, so essentially each character has their own backstory why they are going to these dungeons that basically has promises of potentially like becoming like a new god, or that's where like yeah, it's just like the premise of, you know, these runes are obviously fucked. There's shady things going down in there, but there is a like unknown power that is drawing people to it. And so one of the characters is going there to find this other guy, right? Basically the mercenary. His like wife is pregnant, and so he took on this like really dangerous job in these dungeons that no one really wants to go to basically make enough money so she doesn't have to be a, so she's a prostitute and she was still working while she was like pregnant. And so he takes on this really shady job to make sure that like she doesn't have to like sleep with anyone else after like their child is born. And then there's this knight guy who basically is trying to wants to take over and become like the ruler or a new god. in the game, it's basically a conflict in the dungeon between the old gods and the new gods, right? And so the character, the knight guy, is basically leading a group of knights to take over the current country, but he hears of something in these dungeons that basically promises like that he could become a god. He can become a new god, right? And then there's the priest that you can play, who is basically a masochist, and he was about to be like sacrificed, but then he gets a vision from the dungeons of like these new powers that that no one has. And so because of his vision, instead of like committing suicide, he decides to go to these dungeons to seek out the new power that he had a vision about. And then you can play like, I think it's a chick. Oh, no. So you can play this warrior who basically his whole town is slaughtered, right? And he's going to find the group of knights from that one guy I told you about. He's going to find them to basically get revenge, right? Because they slaughtered his entire village trying to look for an artifact. But basically it all comes down to this dungeon, right? And in the dungeon there's remnants of old gods and the new gods. So like the old gods, you have Sylvian, who is the god of like love. And then you have Goroth, which is the god of destruction. And then you have Almer, but I don't remember what he is, right? And then you have the new gods, right, that are trying to take over the old gods, and you have 4 of them. So you have one of the new god who is like the torturer, so he just tortures. There's one where it's knowledge, so basically all the knowledge like that they can obtain. And then there is a third one who is a woman who is basically trying to create a child with it's the newer god to basically create a demigod. All right. And then you have one last person who's just like, I don't remember what he is, but he's just like piece of shit god. But you have the 4 new gods, and then you also have a miscellaneous god, so that's like Pocket Cat, right? Basically, you don't know Pocket Cat's affiliation, and it's neither an old or new god. So it's kind of like a third-party god, you know? So you have the old gods versus the new gods, and then you have third-party gods who don't follow either. So the story is like really, really deep. Because all the characters are like somewhat intertwined, and you can recruit ones that pertain to there's one other new god who is destruction, or similar to Goroth, but he's like a different version. But yeah, basically new gods versus old gods. And it's kind of crazy because there are side characters that you can help throughout the game. So Sylvian, right? So she is like the god of like love. So in that game, you can get married, right? But marriage has to be between 2 consenting partners, and marriage isn't what you think. Like, so she's basically the god of sex. And when you get married, you actually merge together with your partner. Good morning, Trade. So when it says marriage, right, a successful marriage is when you form together to make a perfect being. And that's like the fusion of your 2 souls together into one. However, you can get a failed marriage where if you're both like if it's not consensual, and then a failed marriage, you become this distorted mutant mass, right? And so that's what marriage is in the game. And then in order to use your spells, you have to use mind, so like your mental. And throughout the game, you can develop certain phobias that make you like weak against certain things. And then the game mechanics are really interesting because you can lose limbs permanently. So say like a guard slices off your arm and you have a shield, whoop, your arm is gone forever. You can't carry a shield anymore. Your defense is lowered for the rest of the game. We're talking about this game called Fear and Hunger and like the story and the mechanics behind it. It's a game I played and watched off stream because it's not stream friendly. It's this fucked up world, fucked up game that curiosity killed the cat kind of thing for me. So basically, if you're fighting a mob and it chops off your hand, you lose that hand permanently. And then if you lose your other arm, then you can no longer have a weapon, and then your attacks don't do as much. Okay. And then if you lose like one of your legs, you walk a lot slower. And if you lose both of your legs, you're crawling in game. And it's like, oh, I played it recently, so that's why I remember a lot of it. I've watched it a long time ago, but just recently I like played it. But it's like really fucked up. Like there's lots of, so like there are like followers of all mares, so basically they just like have sex all day, but then there's like the darker end of it where it's like where all mare gets even deeper, where you start to like, so if you go lower as you go lower into the dungeon, it becomes like a lot more fucked up. And so at one point you stumble upon a feeding mating ritual. So these people are basically like eating each other, but they're still expressing like love. So that was really fucked. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm talking about this game that I've watched and played a little bit. Yeah, it's a fucked up world. Like, you know, you guys know, what is it called? Is it the anime Made in Abyss? It's like, I would say the world building of the game is very similar to that, where it's very complex, and it's like as you delve deeper, it becomes more primitive and crazy. I'm anti-anime, okay, that's fair. But basically, Made in Fear and Hunger is like a really fucked up version of Made in Abyss, right? Yeah, so it's a game that is playable, but so I'm going to tell you guys some lore. So basically, one ending of the game is, so if you don't want spoilers, like don't listen. But one ending of the game is that so you find this girl, right? And you can you can recruit her into your party, and then you can either sacrifice her to Pocket Cat, which is a third-party god, or you basically find out that she is the demigod. You find out that one of the new gods like had sex with the guy who's trying to become the new god, and they have a kid together, so a human being and the new god, and they create this demigod, right? So it's the girl. And basically, while the old gods are fighting the new god woman basically asks you to bring the girl to the deepest part of the dungeon to basically have her ascend, right? And like, I don't think the guy knows that it's his child, because I think she like visits him in a dream and like takes his seed and like gives birth to the girl without him knowing. But later on you find out it's like she believes that he is like the one to like pave the road to creating this like demigod. And so when you meet her, she's basically like, please take my child to like the deepest, darkest part of the dungeon. And so you do. And then the ending of that is that she basically becomes this like gory monster, and she is super powerful, and she's the one to basically end. She becomes a god of fear and hunger, right? And the game, the ending for that one is basically like this girl who you saved ends up becoming a new god and killing you, right? And like, couple, can you find a short of like the fear and hunger god just to kind of show you guys the artwork of the game, right? So the first ending is like completely fucked because, you know, you thought you were saving this girl and taking her, right? To like basically, like, you thought you were saving her, but then she becomes this like grotesque god who ends up killing you and basically like killing the world. It's called Fear and Hunger. So Fear and Hunger, or God of Fear and Hunger, is probably the thing. It's really, really creepy, really fucked. And there are mobs in the game that basically, like, for some reason, the creator just is in love with like weaponized penises. And so like there are these guards that have like big schlongs that are stingers that basically can kill you. And everything in that game wants to like fuck you up in some way. Yeah, it is a fucked up game. It is messed up. That's why when I said like, oh, I had nightmares about it, is because like as you get like deeper into the lore, you realize like how messed up things are. So for example, there's this third party that you can save. Okay, so there's a prince who goes there with his 3 knights, right? And you can either sacrifice the prince to someone who's like a torturer, or you can save him and bring him to like one of his knights, right? And then whenever you reunite one knight with the prince, right? You basically ask them, oh, to travel together, and they say no. They're just like, it's okay, like we can do it on their own. And then later on, if you don't meet all the requirements to save them, you come across this like mutated person, and then you can kind of tell from the artwork that it's the prince and the knight who tried to do a marriage, but it failed. And so they're this like mutant looking thing, and then all they say to you is, we delve too deep. So basically, as you like delve deeper, things become like more fucked up. So you know that these two tried to go deeper to find their friends. Somewhere in the middle, they decide to like have sex with each other, but because of the power dynamic between the prince and the knight, it wasn't equal, so their marriage failed. And then if you look at the NPC, you can see like the knight's armor and the prince's like, you know, tie. It's fucked. And you realize, because they don't attack you, right? And then you realize, if you look closely, like, oh, dang, this is this is the knight and the prince, right? Is this it? Oh yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. So you can watch that, and that kind of gives you an idea of like fear and hunger. And the fucked up thing about that ending is that you spend the entire dungeon making sure she doesn't die and that she lives, and you finally get her down to the part, and you think like, oh, she's gonna save us, and then she becomes this fucked up monster that you have to kill. Like, it's so bad. Yeah, that's the game. If you guys like messed up games, then you might like Fear and Hunger, but it plays like a roguelike from the gameplay standpoint, because basically one mistake can kill you, and saves are rare. And then saves aren't even guaranteed either, right? Because you're in a dungeon with all these monsters that want to like kill and eat you, or you know, do hecked up stuff to you. So whenever you try to save, you have to like flip a coin. And so you could go hours without saving. And then if you have like a bad coin flip, then look, you just lost all those hours. And if the game mechanic relies on coin flips, right? So if you have a bad coin flip, oh, you just lost your arm. Oh, you just like got one shot. So it's a roguelike in the sense of you have to you're gonna die a lot, right? And there's all kinds of things that you can do. Is this right? This is right. No, we're not the D&D mechanics. The morphing was a little disturbing for that style of graphics, yeah. So it's definitely one of those games that do not play if you are not strong. Basically, if you're not, if things easily disgust you or easily bother you, definitely would not recommend playing it. And the thing with the game is all the characters have like an A, B, C, S ending. So the game has potentially like 15 endings. Got it, don't be weak. That's not what I said. But basically, yeah. Okay, that's what, okay. That's the game of Fear and Hunger. I mean, it's a fun game if you like dark lore or if you like dark stories like that, but if you don't, then definitely skip it. The crazy thing is that there's like tons of lore too behind it all. You guys just play Peggle tonight? This is going to... Yeah, that's weird. Okay, hold on. I think I have to take one of these foam pieces out. What is that? I don't think I know that. It should be lighting up. Why are you not lighting up? Is there a foam in the way, blocking you? No. Maybe I take this out. He? Oops. Take this out. No, that should be fine. There's another game that that's also really hecked up. Do you guys know Psycho Pass? The anime? Well, the creator made this created or wrote this story that was like, maybe it's this way. Does it matter? I don't think it matters. Heck, why is this? There's this anime, or there's this game called Song of Saya, which is also really messed up. And when I found out that it was by the same creator who made Psycho Pass, I was like, what the fuck? Oh my god. Yes, same Psycho Pass. If you look at the writer's work, he wrote this one story called Song of Saya that they made into a game. And it's basically like eldritch horror, but that game was also really hecked up. The orientation necessarily matters, but this is not lighting up anymore when it was before, and it's... What am I doing wrong? Am I doing something wrong? Maybe it's the battery that's out. We'll see. I wish the alignment tabs were like a little better. That's what it is. Okay, there we go. Just had to compress it down a bit more. Oops. There's a lot of like animes out there that are like really messed up. But I mean, I think back in the old days, it was like even worse. I don't know about now. I haven't read like a lot of new stuff. Whoop. It's kind of interesting to me, like, how widely accepted Junji Ito is. Like, it makes me happy, but at the same time, it's also kind of weird to me. Oh, Tony, hello. Hello. Thanks for the raid. We were talking video games. Messed up video games. Hello, Raiders. What were you doing, Tony? How messed up? We talked about fear and hunger. And then I kind of briefly mentioned Song of Saya, but didn't really go too much in detail about it. No, it's so bad. Whatever, nice. For client. The fact that you know it concerns me. The fact that I know it concerns me. Same creator of Psychopaths. I remember talking to Mason about it and I was like, the duality of Arthurs. Like, I feel like the person was like, hey, I want to write a horror. How do I make it as, like, fucked up as I can, right? Unfortunately, yeah. I know a lot of people say, like, Corpse Party is messed up, which it is, right? But I feel like there's so much worse. Yeah, if you like fucked up things, you should check out Fear and Hunger. Yeah, so this is an upcoming board. If you guys are new here, my name is Patricia. I build and review custom keyboards. I also play a lot of games, but that's like a different story. Today's keyboard we're building, this is coming out in August. This is Daring Run's second rendition, or second keyboard, I should say. This is their 60%, and this one you can actually like flip. So 60% numpad, and then you can actually flip this onto the other side. And then the south or the numpad you can also flip or mirror. Right, so it's pretty interesting. Undo the Healy really messed up. I don't know that one. I actually try not to like read fucked up things from my own mental because I have nightmares about it. Nightmares in the sense of like I will think about it and then I'll have dreams about it because of how much I think about it. I do the same with video games where like if I play a video game for too long, I start dreaming about it. And I'm like playing it in my dreams. And so if I'm like watching or reading something that's like really fucked up, I'll start to like dream and think about it. Is that weird? I've had a game-related dream. Yeah, you're lucky. Final Fantasy 14. I feel like any fucked up story that like really messed me up, I've already like blocked it out of my mind. But yeah, if you like custom keyboards, you're in the right place. Let me just talk random stuff. This is with foam. No PE, no. I think PE ends up sounding a little same-ish, so I just did plate in case. Oh, Arthur, you're still here? I have an early morning appointment tomorrow, so... But I'm leaving on Friday to go to New York for a meetup. So, I'm trying to catch up on my keyboard builds. So tomorrow we have the Wind X80, which will be entering into group buy soon. Very soon. This one isn't until August. And then I'm also potentially building Margot. I'm still trying to decide because it's going to be an in-stock drop. But in other news, Ginkgo Deskmats R2 is going to be launching this Friday. Fear and Hunger, you have to get the censored version. That game is not stream safe. There's lots of penises. I'm not listening to Patty game recommendations. I wasn't even telling you to play that game. I was just saying like, hey, check out this weird ass game I found, okay? I merely linked it, okay? That's my excuse. That was a very weird game though. Oh, sugar. It's trying to connect via Bluetooth right now. Bluetooth? Add Bluetooth? This should be a keyboard. Let's see if it actually connects. I don't see it. Hold on. I need to find the hot key to change this. Oh my goodness, what is the keybinds to change this? It's probably the same as the DR. So right now it's not in... Right now it's in try mode. Let's see. Where's the... Oh. Wait, hold on. Let me flip the switch. No? Oh no. Well, I changed it. I was like pressing some keys that caused it to go into Bluetooth pairing. What is this? Yeah, don't worry about it. Yeah, I like the song too. Give me one moment. Right control tab. Nope. Let's see. F and escape. Shit. I reset it. Okay, perfect. We did it. Okay. Alright. This is the Flip 6P. We're using PC plate. This is case and plate foam, and this is HMX Xinhais. And this is GMK Evil Eye. Okay. Alright. We have done, what, 4 configurations? Let's talk about the board, and then we're done. Then we're done! Okay, so for those who are just joining in, this is the Flip 6P. This is Daring Run's upcoming keyboard. This is their second one. So the first one they had was the DR70. This is a 60%. So as you can see right here, Daring Run design. So here is the top of the board. So I have the Anno Black unit, but there are 7 other colors. You have Anno Black, E-Retro White, Anno Burgundy, Anno Dark Gold, Anno Purple, Spray Coated Black, and Spray Coated Orange, right? And whenever you pick the color, depending on the color you pick, it will change the accent piece, and I'll show that in a little bit. But basically, you can pick between 2 PCBs. You can pick a wired hot swap or tri-mode hot swap. Yeah, we did. We did 4 sound tests. So the neat thing about this board is that you can flip this top piece. So here you have your 60% and here you have the numpad, but you can flip this onto the other side, right? So aside from being able to flip it, they've also incorporated a new thing. So they've added removable blockers to change the layout. So essentially, instead of having to buy like a win key and a win key top, all you'd have to do is buy the blockers, right? So you can either have it as win keyless, or HHKB. So I don't know if you can see here, but you can see how it's not seamless. You can see the seam. This blocker is actually screwed onto the top case to make this into the HHKB layout. And this is an optional thing that you can get. And so what they've done is if you make it HHKB right here, this becomes your LED indicator right here. You have 3 1.5 blockers, 3 versions. So you can either get the blink, you can get the lights, or you can get a logo one. So theoretically, you could get 2 of these, like light blockers, and they would both light up, right? It's just depending on what you want. But if you don't like HHKB, you can buy the 1U that comes as a pair. So the 1.5s you have to buy individually, but the 1U blockers will come as a pair. So then those would just screw on like right here, and then you can like put your keys. So that's a neat thing they've done. They've added removable blockers so you can change the layout. So you could technically do something cursed. So you could do like half win keyless, half win key, or you could do half HHKB if you want. But aside from changing the layout of your main board, you can also flip the numpad. So here's the top. Pretty good sized bezels, right? Here's the side. So here's what I was talking about whenever I was mentioning the accent pieces. So if you get Anno Black or the white keyboard, you'll get this Alu gold middle part. All the other colors, it will be black, right? So here's the side, you can see this nice middle piece. And then here's the back, fingerprint. So it has the 4 feet, it has the 8 K-screws, and you have this nice little metal or golden badge that also transitions into the USB port. And this badge is actually where all the components for the motherboard are situated in, right? You have a little branding right here. DR Works Design, right? So this is the back. Here is the USB port. So you have the nice like gold and gold accents matching up. And then here's the front lip. So you can see the seam is seen across all sides of the board, right? So that's the case. And then I will open it up so you guys can see the top and bottom case one more time. So some things to note is if you decide this board is PCB gasket mounted or sandwich. However, the plates are different depending on the mounting style you want. So it looks like default is PCB gasket and the plates are split, and you can get PC, FR4, or Alu. However, if you want to do sandwich mount, those are a separate purchase and those are set. Those are one plate. They're not split plates like the PCB gaskets. So you have 3 layouts. You have just like the regular numpad, you have the southpaw mirrored, or you have like the southpaw normal. And then those only come in Alu, but they come in 2 colors. So you can either get it in black, which will give you the black accent seam, or you can get it in gold, which will give you the gold accent seam. So you'll see here that the seam piece is actually like a separate piece when it comes to the PCB gasket, but when it comes to the sandwich one, it's actually just the entire plate itself. Okay. Like missing teeth on your curse layout, true. Okay, so here are some things to point out about the top or the case. Okay, so first things first is here you have the top plate. So the board does use pogo pin, so if you have the DR70, you no longer have to worry about the ribbon cables. So these are like alignment tabs for the seam piece, and also for, or basically alignment tabs for the middle accent piece. Here you can see like the different screw points. So if you were to screw it right here, that's the 1.5 blocker. So you can see it right here. And then if you were to screw it in here, these are the 1U blocker pieces, right? And so this is where it gets interesting. So here you can see like this is southpaw, right? But then if you flip it here, right, so this would be normal, but then you would have to move these down below. So you can see that the screw points are mirrored on the top and bottom. This part is different though, because all your pogo pins are going to be found up top of the case. So essentially, instead of like removing a ribbon, what you have to do now is that the pogo pins are secured onto the top piece via these two screws. If you were to flip it, you would have to move it down. And if you flip it again, you would have to shift it back up. So this is the thing that you would have to change. But instead of having to worry about the ribbon cables now, all it's a matter of doing is unscrewing these two and moving it down here and shifting the blockers up. So here's what I mean. So here you can see, this is the middle accent piece. And you can see how it has the 4 cutouts, right? So these cutouts are for the pogo pins right here, right? And you see this pogo pin? This pogo pin is what connects the main PCB to the numpad. So you would put it down like this, right? And so after you connect this, these are all now connected. However, if you decide like, oh man, I want to do like a normal numpad, right? And so now the pogo pins are at the bottom, which doesn't work because they're all up top, right? So what you'd have to do is you have to unscrew these and put it up here. So then the pogo pins are up here to match. And then theoretically, you know, or I guess not theoretically. So here you can see, you can just like take this out, shift it, place it down like that. But now you would need these pogo pin connectors to be on this top side to connect it. So instead of using ribbons, you just remove this, right? Like that. Or, I mean, the blockers shouldn't be here, but it's pretty neat because with the PCB gasket, these are friction in, right? Friction fitted in. And when you're assembling this, right, the nipple part, I don't know if you guys can see this. Here, I'll show you a different one. These are the dumbbell gaskets, and the top and bottom are a bit different. The nipple part goes down. So here's what it looks like, right? And you see how this part is like a nipple? This goes down on the bottom case. And then if you see this top one, which has this cut right here, right? This goes up. And the reason I think they put this cut is so that whenever it compresses, it has room to expand, right? So basically the mounting points for this one piece, you have the 3 on the top and then the 4 on the bottom, right? And then for the numpad, you have the 2 and the 2, right? This would be 60% with a numpad. But here on the bottom case, you can see there are the little triangle grooves, and these are for the gaskets. And then if you see these like rectangular, these are for the pogo pins for where they would rest, as you can see right there. Whereas like if you were to move it right here, see, like that. So there's already grooves on the bottom case. And then this mid piece basically acts as like an alignment tab. So these 4 cutouts go on the top, and you see how the bottom case has these like big circles? That's where this comes in, right? So these kind of act as anchor points and force break, so it's not like direct metal on metal. So you can kind of align it here. And then this also pokes up at the top, as you can see. So it's not like the best anchor, but it's somewhat of like a guide to help you align the top and bottom case. So you put it here, and then so you have to put in the PCB first, right? Because this one covers like all the grooves. So you have to put in the PCB first, and then you can put this on, right? And after you've put that on, then you can use like these little nubs to help align for the most part. And then you screw it together. Let's see what I'm missing. Oh, yeah. So this is PCB gasket. However, if you want to do sandwich, which is the second mount, you do have to buy a dedicated plate. So as I was mentioning earlier, like the 4 cutouts have to be on the top, and then this one is the southpaw left-hand side. This plate will only come in alu, but you can get it in black and gold. And then this, if you do sandwich mount, you no longer need this piece, right? Because now this plate acts as like the accent weight, like, or the accent seam, right? So similar to how this one has like the 3 gaskets to kind of help align and act as a force brake, they have holes that you would then put it in. And then these cutouts are for the pogo pins, and this is set. But yeah, it looks like the kit, they'll give you 2 numpad PCBs. So you'll have this one, which is the southpaw, and then you have this one, which is the normal. So you'll get 2 numpad PCBs depending on which layout that you want to do, but the PCB for the main part of the keyboard is just one part. All right, so look at the product page, and then we are donezo. Then we can go to sleep, right? So let's break down the product page. Then we're good. Okay, so it's gonna be in stock. It starts at 149. So here's the anno black, white, burgundy, dark gold, which I want to say that's dark gold, but whatever. Here's the purple. This is more like, I wouldn't say this is purple either. Whatever. Here's the spray coated black, and then this spray coated orange. And as you can see here, you see how this is the black, right? And then you see the black seam right here. And then, for example, if you look at the white, you can see the gold and the gold. This is so cheap, I know, right? And then PCBs, you can pick wired or tri-mode. Here is everything you get. So top, bottom, you get the middle frame. Depending on the color you get different accents. You get 1 PCB that comes with 1 main PCB and then 2 of the numpad, either mirrored or non-mirrored. And then default is going to be PC plate, right? So if you decide that you want to change the layout, here are the accessories. So here's what I was talking about earlier. So the 1.5U badges, you can either get the pattern, the blank, or the caps leg. And these, when you buy one, it doesn't come as a pair, you have to buy multiple. So if you want to buy HHKB, you would have to buy 1 and 2, or 1 and 2, right? But for the 1Us, if you want to make it win keyless, this comes as a pair. Okay, so when you're buying the 1U, it comes as a pair, but if you're buying the 1.5U, you have to buy 2. All right, does not come as a pair. Here you can see these are the sandwich mount plates. So default, you'll get PCB mount, but if you want to do sandwich mount, you have to get a separate plate because it's 1 piece. And here you can see normal layout, southpaw non-mirrored, or southpaw mirrored, right? And then you can get, because this acts as the accent, you can either get gold or you can get the black, right? And then here are the additional plates. So PC plate's going to be the default, but then you can get the Alu or an FR4 plate for gasket mount. Other than that, that's it. It's mainly buying the one piece for the for the one piece for the 1.5U, as you can see, right? But then the 1Us come as a pair, and then it's like the 6 plates that are basically the same, and then the other plates. Yeah, so just remember it's one piece if you buy 1.5, and if you want to do wing keyless, it comes in a pair. The drop of this will be sometime in August, from what I've heard. Yeah. So the selling points for this one is that you can flip the top. You could do southpaw, you could do mirrored, you could do non-mirrored, you can do regular. It uses pogo pins now, so you don't have to worry about finagling the ribbon cables. They've traded off the ribbon cables for pogo pins and using it like as removable pogo pins. Now you can add blockers if you want, instead of having to buy like separate pieces, instead of doing like buying like a win key top or like a win keyless top. Now you just need one of them and then you just buy the blockers, which is going to be a lot cheaper. I'd say the only thing that might bother some people is that the blockers, you can see the seams, which might be distracting for some. Also interesting, they put the LED indicator on this HHKB block. So for example, I say that because if you do wing keyless, then you don't have an indicator. They didn't put like the indicators on the wing key blocks, right? The only way you can get this nice LED strip is if you do like the HHKB. But I guess that's like the trade-off. What else? I wish they had stronger anchor points to help you align it, but that's just like a quality of life thing. But I think in terms of going from the 70 to this one, they've improved on a lot of things. So the biggest thing is like the ribbon cable. I think one thing is don't be confused on thinking the board comes with both, that you have to make sure you buy the separate plate if you want to do sandwich. In terms of sound, I ended up liking the PC plate with foam the most. But in terms of like typing feel, I actually enjoyed the FR4 PCB mount. If you're looking for something really stiff, then I would recommend the sandwich, but if you like something softer, then I would just stick with the PCB mount. I think if I were to buy this, I would definitely get like a set of the 1U and the 1.5U blockers, just so like you can change it. I do like the idea of these removable badges. It's always interesting, and it's gonna be a lot cheaper. And you can also do like different colors of them if you want, if that's like your jam. You can mix or match. So it'll be interesting to see like the colors and configurations people go with. But I think one of the poor things, or one of the unfortunate things, is that, you know, sandwich mount is only Alu plate, but I understand why they did that. Other than that, yeah. I mean, 149, holy. I feel like these boards are just getting better and cheaper, more affordable. It's kind of crazy. I think it is unique, definitely, in the removable blockers. Removable blockers aren't new, but removable blockers and being able to flip the top is brand new. Like having those two together. Also, having the indicator on the HHKB block is also something I haven't really seen before. And the fact that, you know, they give you 2 numpad PCBs, right? Like off the bat. So you don't have to be like, okay, well, you know, I have to buy another numpad if I ever want to do southpaw. They just give it to you straight up. And then also using the pogo pins, huge quality of life change that I thoroughly enjoy, and you guys should too. But yeah, neat board. I like it. I wish they had like, their colors are all very dark except the white, right? This board is dual numpad, so I can numpad with my numpad. I guess they have the orange, which is unique. Yeah, the color choices are fine. I'm completely fine with it. But definitely improvements from their previous boards, so pretty excited. What do you think about the KBD fans Margot? I will be building it. I got my unit, but I haven't built it yet. So once I build it, can ask me in a little bit. So if you guys aren't in my Discord already, I actually do announcements every Mondays with like the upcoming boards that I'm going to be building. So if you're ever curious if I'm going to be building something, I would recommend joining that. And if you're like, oh my god, not another Discord, then if you have Instagram, I have a broadcast channel where I send updates. So you don't have to join another Discord. But I also post my schedule on there and also talk about upcoming boards. I basically copy paste my announcement from Discord and post on Instagram. But a broadcast channel basically works in the way of, you know, like whenever you get an Instagram DM and it goes like direct to your mailbox. So it's basically me DMing all the people who join that channel. And so they'll get a notification, but then you can like react to it, but you can't like respond to it. So it's just like a mass messaging system. So if you're on Instagram, I also have that broadcast channel. If not, would recommend joining the Discord. For yeah, like the emotes and also for upcoming boards and announcements that I may or may not have. But yeah, that's the board. Thank you Divinity and Daring Run for sending it out to me. Pretty cool board, I'd say. I like it. I mean, I got the black. I would have liked to have gotten like dark gold, but it is what it is. I think Evil Eye ended up looking really good on this board, so yeah, I'm gonna be using this for a little bit. Ooh, cool. Yeah, that's the board. I also, the switches and the Deskmat and the keycaps all match. I didn't do that on purpose. It just so happened to work out that way. But yeah, that's the build. That's the build. I will say, I think if you do sandwich mount, I would probably use foam too. Because there was some resonance, but I guess some people like that. Have I used Lychee with the red alphas? No. I'll use it for the Margot. Margot, I got red. Wait, Margot, I got red. Yeah, it's hot swap only. It's either wired or tri-mode hot swap. But you has to, they did the hot swap because of the being able to flip it and everything. Numpad test? No, I'm too tired to do the, well, I did the sound, if that's what you're talking about. Oh, so they said it's going to be end of August is when this is coming out. BT dubs. Oh, looks like Arthur found my emotes. Yeah, so if you join my Discord, I have so many more emotes there. Because Twitch, I'm limited by the amount of sub points I have. But on Discord, there are so many other Ginkgo emotes. And if you have Nitro, then you can use it everywhere. And yeah, I would just recommend joining that. Yeah, it's the end of August and stock drop, I'm guessing. Alright. But that's it. Flip 6p. Okay. Okay. No, I've already did that for us. Avo already clicked. Thanks, Avo. Nice stream. Thank you. Thank you. You just watched it? Yeah, what do you think? WTF was that game? That's a good question. Oh, wait. One thing I didn't mention is that, you know how you might see like a little bit of light bleed? Right? You might see a little bit of light bleed. They've actually given you this additional diffuser to prevent it from bleeding through the sides. So if you look, so I'll show you. So you see how this LED indicator is right here? If you do this, you can kind of see it's bleeding through, right? So they give you two diffusers, right? They give you this one, and then you can actually put this one like underneath it to prevent it from bleeding through right here. Of course, when you put like the keycaps on, it shouldn't really show, but some people are pretty peculiar about light bleed. So they've actually given you this foam that you can install underneath so it doesn't do the light bleed like through the side right here. For those who are wondering what this is. But I didn't put it because... And they give you two, but I didn't put it because I'm lazy. Me lazy. Okay, but yeah, that's the board. What game are you playing, Patty? It's called Counting Sheep. Oh, looks like we'll need another sound test. Okay, well, I'll show you guys. We're not gonna do another sound test, but I'll show you guys what it looks like so you guys can see. Omo, you said it right. I mean, you know what I'm trying to say when I say diffuser. So, either way, it doesn't even matter how I say it if you understand what I'm trying to say. It's like the same with like tiramisu or, you know, look at that dove. Like, you know what I'm trying to say. I was kidding. Well, I'll still put it on just so people know what it looks like. So basically, you see how this part like sticks up like this? This is an anchor for you to put this on like this. So you put it like this, tiramisu, like that. Okay, put that there. Is it the right way? I feel like I'm always judged for how I say it. Isn't it like tiramisu? I say Terry. So check this out. Look, this is with the foam, so no more light bleed. So interloper, if you're watching this, we should have a before with light bleed, and then we should have an after with no light bleed. Whoa, where's the light bleed? It's gone because we put the fuser. Okay, anyways. Okay, that's actually the build. We're actually done now.